Yo, what up? Welcome back to another one of my streams. Like I said, gonna continue on this coding journey. As you can see from the title, today I'm gonna be focusing on my kind of social network. I don't really like calling it that, but in its essence, that's what it is. It's called Collective. I've been building it over the last month or so, 2 months probably. Actually, yeah, 2 months. It went live about a month ago, and I've just been adding more features and cleaning things up. So I'm gonna be doing that today. As I mentioned last stream, that's what I was gonna be doing. Taking a quick kind of mental break from my program management app that I've been building live. I think when building stuff, coding stuff, a, a break is needed a lot of times without trying to avoid kind of that burnout feeling of seeing the same app over and over and over again. So I like to kind of hop between the two. The last couple weeks have been mostly focused on that, but I'm gonna get back to this one. This is probably my favorite app that I built so far, and one that I definitely plan on continuing for the foreseeable future. So, like I said, gonna be hopping there. Called the Collective. It's actually live right now, but I'm gonna be doing some work on the back end. Make sure I'm on the right branch. All right. Yeah, staging. Okay. Um, Basically, here's the local version of my site called Collective for great creators, curators, community. I built this little feature here. It's actually pretty cool to do. I also use this kind of rotating grain background using a package. I forget the name of it exactly. Something grain. I might find it later for those that might be interested. But that's how I built this. I put this live kind of background in here, as you can see on different pages. It's utilizing it. That's all coding. It's not a video or anything, so that's all doing it live. As this is, like I said, I don't like calling it a necessary social network. It's very different from those. It is an online community that I built for creators and people that love following creators. In the future will be open, but right now it's all invite only. So as you can see, I created a whole kind of request access invite system, which I might go into a little bit later. But this is it so far. Let's hop into it. Log in. I should have done. So here we are. What I need to do today is clean up a couple things of this new feature that I had implemented, which is a sharing feature. Um, like most kind of networks kind of have, is an ability to share to other platforms and to other users on said platform. So I implemented this feature recently. As you can see, you can invite or you can send this to other people on this platform, and you can also share on their socials or whatever you are. The socials part was actually pretty easy. All you kind of do is grab their share URL, which is pretty public, and then you kind of wire in your your link of the post or anything that you're sharing, and it pretty much auto populates on their platforms. Just kind of navigates you towards, like, for example, if I was to do sharing on X, it kind of just navigates you to X with a share link with an intent and the post URL that you are trying to, and automatically fills the form for you to just post from right there. A lot of this comes from just OG data that you build for each kind of website or each page on your website. Each post has its own dynamic kind of OG data that you put in the header, which it pulls from. That's pretty straightforward to do that. Honestly, I usually I do that. That does it pretty well. Like, it could be a clean set of it, so you ain't gotta kind of build it yourself, and you go in and tweak what you want it to say. So yeah, so for example, this right here would pull from the title, it pull the creator of it, and it pull the caption, I believe, and kind of pass that forward. Which, let's go to my coding base. You should be able to see. So this is a post. So let's go to my post view. And if you come to see where I put it. Maybe I put in my layout. Hold on. Yeah, right here. So here's the post data. The title, post a title on Collective. Basically, if there is a title, it's gonna take the post and the title. It's gonna use this little caret that I use for Collective. Otherwise, if there is no title, it's gonna just pull the username, and then on Collective, and if there is no title, try to use the start of the caption for its kind of description and title. Then here's the description that's gonna be pulled, post that caption, post content, and then check out this post by username on that as the ultimate fallback. And then here's the meta list. This is what pulls from when you're sharing to other kind of social platforms, or even if you just copy the link and paste it, it's going to automatically kind of parse this link because it gets added dynamically to each post. And then you're going to get the name, property, the OG title, OG description, OG type, and then for Twitter, obviously they have their own, but this works on most other websites, and then description. So it's pretty straightforward to kind of do that. And it also pulls images as well. As you can see, it pushes to the array, the OG image, and the Twitter image, the actual image, if there is one attached to this post that you're planning on sharing. So that was pretty straightforward. The hardest part was kind of setting up the DMs, the messaging, instant messaging that I have on set up on this site. It pretty much works as you would expect for any other kind of network. So we'll just kind of run a test real quick. So you can add an optional message or you can just send directly. And the hardest part was kind of managing because I have 3 different types of posts that you can have. You can have a note post, you can have a note post, you can have an image post, you can have a link post. So 3 completely different ways of kind of having a post, and you have to pull all those different kind of conditions and all that and kind of get to work properly and look properly. And then also have collections that you can share. So I'll just kind of walk through that. So this is just, for example, a note post. And when you go to your messages, you should be able to see right here, obviously preview message to share the post, and then I move out of the way. But here's the card that gets presented, and I had to build this out. This actually kind of took a little bit of a while to make sure I get the right images, the right content, and everything. Initially running with AI, it just pulled the OG data and Twitter data like you would if you were sharing to another platform. That's not what I wanted because I'm sharing on the platform. I just wanted the real information, so I had to kind of rewire everything to do that. To get the right images, for example, from a collection, as you can see, and then pull it together into a card. But I think overall it looks really well and works well. Just links right to where you need to go. And then it also pulls the count of all the shares so you can visually, so people can visually see how many times a post has been shared, and you can see any post that you have personally shared. It gets kind of highlighted, so it's easy to see kind of things if you wanted to kind of go back to them later. So I kind of wired all that up as is. So what I need to really kind of clean up is this menu on different screen sizes. It works fine on desktop. It fills the screen perfectly, but you start getting to like tablet mode, it's a little cut off, and I need to fix that. Honestly, phone pretty good right now. I actually have it up on production on my staging site. Let me check. Yeah, so on mobile, it works, it fits, but it's definitely pushing the line of screen availability. And I don't think I have overflow set up to, um, let's say, work if it pushes off the screen. I think it just kind of gets hidden. So I need to go in and fix that. For example, if I go to tablet and then I believe if I switch it, which one? Let's do. Where is my iPhone, Pixel, S8, S20, Surface. There it is. Like, where did that go? Go back in here. I believe it's the tab I was looking for. It's still showing up, but when I check my actual tablet on my production, it pushes off the edge. So I do want to have set up overflow because I might add extra sections in the future, which I'll probably have to clean up as well. Where's my tablet? I'm gonna go get my tablet. So yeah, so for as helpful as developer tools is, especially when you want to just quickly see like media breakpoints, you do want to go in at least on the actual device that you might be looking to test for and run it yourself because as you can see that it actually gets cut off. It's hard to see, but it actually gets cut off on the actual tablet. Whereas if you just check the developer tools, it seems to fit perfectly, but it does not. In fact, because I think it just doesn't take into account the extra things that might be present on a tablet. So like it gets pushed down, it gets cut off by the taskbar, toolbar, whatever. So it doesn't necessarily fit properly. So I'm gonna have to add an overflow to this, and I'm gonna just ask the agent to that. And can add an over. All right, so I just asked the agent to basically create this as an overflow. For example, if it gets cut off, and we can try different. So it'll get cut off here. So it needs to turn this basically into an overflow overall for the whole modal. So it's going to go in there and do that. I'll come in here and I'll check that. Yeah, as you can see, it already applied it properly. So now it gets capped size wise to this, but you can actually continue to scroll down and see more of it, which is fine for most cases. Because most screens are going to actually apply this properly, but if it does get cut off, it will turn into a scrollable element, which is what I want. And then, but what I do want to do actually is for mobile, I want to actually turn it into a drawer instead of just a pop-up modal, kind of like how I have it on for comments. So if I come in here and I go to, let's see, 20, for example, and let's say I go to the post, now my comments sidebar gets hidden, but then if I click view comments, I get a drawer popping up. That's kind of how I want it to function for my share. So I'm gonna do that right now. To hide the and want to use drawer component. All right, so I thought I'd just go ahead and hide. So basically, what's going to do is going to hide. Most likely, what's going to do is it's probably going to hide my. It's going to hide by pop up on mobile screens. Instead, it's going to basically scope the button to launch a mobile drawer, a ChatCN drawer instead of a pop up, which is what I want. And if, for example, what I'm thinking of, it's gonna be like this, you know, ChatCN, which I pretty much use for most of my projects. It just very intuitive and straightforward and gets you prototyping very quickly. So I always kind of come back to this. But again, I want the feature to be like this, not on obviously desktop screens, but I do want it on mobile screens. So I think that's what it's gonna do. Let's check that. All right, just checking some type checks. So, all right, let's come there. If I can spell. Okay, so it imported the drawer, the trigger, all of that, and then is desktop using a media query. Set a minimum height of 640, which is the typical breakpoint. Um, okay, so the actual content is either going to be in a let me double check this, make sure. All right, so here it is. If it's desktop, it's going to return this dialog with this defined variable, and otherwise it's going to be a drawer with this. That's a pretty clean way of doing it, so let's check that. And then use media query is the function that helper function that it created. Functions. This is what I like to do. and it's set a state and value, set value in the state. Change. Every time a query happens. Just adding an event listener for change. Okay, let's try that out. So it shouldn't have affected desktops. Should still get the pop-up as I do. Now if I change the size, and let's try tablet first. Let's go to iPad Air Pro. And I go to, nope, I need to adjust that. Let's go to here. Okay, here I get the drawer. Don't understand why it's I think the overflow is affecting how basically tall. So I might need to just go ahead and hide it completely. Let me see this. It'll fix that, I believe. Let's go back. Okay, my sharing looks good, at least there. Come here. All right, I fixed my overflow from being incredibly way too much to just minimal, which is what I like, and it works for me. Now let's check tabs. It should have fixed tablets as well. Let's check that. Cool. So it pops up on tablets as well. Now if I go, boom. If it goes sideways, I get the actual thing. And if I go more mobile screen wise, it should be that. All right. It looks good. Double check this code that I inputted. All right, set height is desktop. Cool. I'm gonna keep these changes made. It fixed the problem, and then I think that's it for my sharing feature that I need to implement. Just make sure everything's still functioning. That's why I share. Let's go. Let's share to air. Let's make out connection. Check this out. check messages. Cool, still shows up appropriately. I guess I could check collections. I didn't check there. Go to inspect, change. Let's go to share. I'll pull up people I'm following. Let's share to Rick Sanchez. Let's go check. Now if I go to messages. Okay, cool. I got the drawer as I wanted. Let's go to messages. Collection is there. Come back here. Cool. All right, I think that works. So keep those changes. Keep those changes and let's add a commit. And then let's push these, and I'm pushing it to a staging site before I push to any productive live site. I have a set up a separate staging with the staging branch, which a whole nother thing that I might go into. How I handle my kind of workflows, and when I'm pushing changes, I set up a Docker container. I have GitHub Actions, and I have it set up to automatically run and push to my VPS. VPS, it goes to GitHub, Action sees it, VPS sees it, pulls in the latest image and restarts everything, and it gets the changes pretty immediately. There's been a few instances where I had to like clean things up and things weren't necessarily pushing, but I got to pretty much set up the flow. If I push for my staging branch, it goes to my staging site. And if I push for my main branch, it goes to my main site, back and forth. So I kind of got a pretty good flow with that going right now. Let's sync these changes. If I, all right, I did do that. I fixed the security list and tightened it up. You can't just have random shares because of the sitting API point. Sometimes you want to make sure you're explicitly keeping it so that you can't just inject random information. And when I first set this up, it was possible, edge case wise, to share anything you could share, a link to anything, you can spoof things. But I plugged those holes. I'm pretty sure. Um, cool. So yeah. All right. You should be seeing. Let me check my GitHub Actions, make sure it got pushed correctly. All right, it's in progress. All right, so next major feature I actually did want to kind of continue to build out was my DMs and my messaging. I just implemented sharing to DMs, which works exactly how I want it to. I figured out how to style and share cards from any post on the site, so that works pretty well. I want to say I fixed the sizing of things, which yeah, cool. So next thing I want to actually implement for the DMs was like rich embeds. So I wanted to be able to send images strictly in DMs. I wanted to what's the other thing I wanted to do? Check my list. That's what it is. So I need to clean up the input styling. I want to be able to upload images directly from a DM, and I wanted to possibly implement GIF sharing into DMs and comments, and link embeds is what I wanted to do next. Mostly is make it so that if I share a link right now, it just gets posted as link. Can't really do anything to it. Not very interactive. I want to fix that. I want to make it a little bit more how people expect, like when you use on WhatsApp or things that you can just, it makes a rich card kind of like this. It works on my actual posting. So if I come to links, if for example I come here, grab this article, and I post it, I already have this set up where it will create a preview of the link with the card and everything. So I basically want to take what I have already set up here for the link post and bring it to the actual DMs. And what I think I'm going to have to end up doing is create a separate component input that I will be able to reuse in multiple places. Because it's going to have to add a listener, and it's going to have to basically send it to another API endpoint so it can scan the link. And if the link is valid, it's going to create this preview card as I have already set up. So I'm going to have to create probably a separate DM kind of input styling and everything so that it can create a listener on it. Listen for it, listen for changes. Don't think I'm going to be listening for HTTP or HTTPS because most people don't input that unless you're directly copying a link. I'll probably have it as optional fallback, but I'll have to listen for specific domain extension endpoints and then pass that on to my link preview API that I've already set up, and then it will automatically kind of create and pull the information from that. That's what I think I'm going to have to do. But I'm going to run it through my agent and see what it kind of comes up with. But I think that's generally what's going to happen when I need to do this. So work on that. And people have asked me, how I go about planning features and how I use my agents to do that. And I'm probably going to, so I'll just show that now. So you can see kind of my thought process. I typically use Opus 4.6 for a lot of my planning because I think it does a pretty good job of scanning my whole code base and seeing what's there and implementing a solid plan of going forward. And then when I need to quickly implement it, I switch to 5.3 and tell it to implement it plan by plan. But I go through each single step, I go through and check changes made. I never kind of let it just run fully and implement it from front to back because I've run into a lot of problems that way. So I'm probably going to switch I'm going to create another branch too. Gonna what should I call this? Rich DMs, I guess. Rich. All right, so switch this to another branch. It's typically how I do it when I do feature sets. I switch to a whole branch, work on that, and then merge it later. I merge it to my staging branch. Then once that staging branch is solid, I merge that staging branch back to my production. But actually, I should probably, I This starts. I want to plan to reach link in my DMs direct messaging system. Possible three. Let's see what it does. Pico Tech, what's up, man? Like I said, what I think it's going to do, which is what I would do, is so I've already set up an API to handle link previews for posting. So what I think it's going to do is what I wanted to do is just reuse this and maybe make some tweaks that might need it, specifically direct messaging. But I will be able to basically just pass in a URL in the form. So for my listener, and then it's going to take that and it's going to say parse it as I set up to strip it of, make sure it's a safe URL for one, strip up of any malicious intent out there. And then check and see. Right now it's checking if it's YouTube and all these other things, but pull the OG data as it's already set to do. And then basically return a payload with all the information that I need. Here's the preview. So I think I will be able to do that. It's already pretty robust what I had set up. So I think it should be able to just reuse this. But I think it's going to need to do is basically take this input, which might already be, yeah, it already is. So it's going to take this input, which I think is already set up. No, it's not. But it's going to take this input and then add listeners to it, so I can see when somebody has entered a link, and then it will prefetch the link before you even post it. And then once it's posted, you'll be much snappier because it's prefetched everything. You'll automatically be able to push and create that preview card. And then, let's see. I had already set up a kind of safe URL helper that strips most like localhost and shorteners and other very private IPs and like just a lot of bad sources that I don't want to post on my site because it's going to lead to a lot of issues. So I already have a lot of it. The core setup, it just needs to basically wire it all together, and I think it will be able to do that. Yeah, because I already have my embed set up and everything. So yeah, I think it'll be able to do this fairly easily. I don't know if I'm gonna have to make schema changes or not. I might need to because I don't think my direct messages handles. ID, create that. Participants. Here's actual messages. Yeah, content. Handles attachments for when I'm sharing. I'm not sure if it's gonna have to do anything like that yet. Can I 360 Tomahawk? 360 and Tomahawk? Kind of contradictory there, but I can 360 very easily, yes. Link preview, fetches OG, embed detection. All right, get embed. YouTube, Spotify, SoundCloud, DM attachments. No URL detection. Like I said, it's gonna have to add listeners. So it does. So I'm gonna have to add a link to the enum. So maybe not directly, then add validations for the link. Add DM link, share attachment type. Yeah, so basically add URL detection and preview fetching, which is what I said is probably just gonna have to happen. This one is using HTTPS. API link preview. Text area, tracking, dismiss state, so the preview. Guess I didn't consider that. I've been using React Router 7 a lot recently. I started out just raw JavaScript and React, and then I tested out Next for a little bit, but I kind of got tired of that, and then just been using React Router 7. All right, so first phase is going to add a link to my enums, fix some validation, update my sharing script, and then I'm going to add URL detection in phase 2, which is what I thought. Then it's going to update my send direct message to handle links in the enum type. And because I already had sharing set up with my post, it's going to be different because it's client provided. So it needs to run it through my is safe URL to sanitize it. Then fetch, maybe refetch OG data, but it should have already started prefetching that. Then it's going to store it in the attachment data, which I already set up for sharing. So that actually helps a lot. And then fix some things because attachments work a little differently. Refetch versus trust. I would just trust it. I don't think I need to refetch because it's already running through my link API. Then add a branch is link render card. Now it's adding UI mockups. Multiple URLs. Only preview the first. Am I vibe coding? No, I'm not vibe coding, but I do use AI agents for help. Um, if I was vibe coding, I wouldn't be reading all this. I would just tell it to do it. Um, Honestly, for the most part, default random, I've never really had a problem. UUID, it's pretty edge case. Um, I've never had a problem. But use dismiss. Yeah. All right. Still allow sending the message without an attachment. Yeah. Train OG engines to max height. Cool. We already got the API rate limits in place. So it reused a lot of what I already had set up for attachments and link previews, which is what I wanted to do. All right, that sounds good. Yeah, it is entirely in TypeScript. I mean, it wasn't like a conscious choice. It's just when I started using frameworks, honestly, that's basically what it came with. It came with already TypeScript, and that's pretty much how I learned TypeScript is just by doing it. I wouldn't say it's like too difficult to do. You do have to like understand. I still run into like a lot of like simple typing errors that I don't necessarily catch right away. But once you kind of start working with it, it's honestly not that difficult. It does save you. I understand the benefits of it. It does save you from some basic issues in the future before you can even like run anything. So yes, this is all in TypeScript. All right, it's setting up my schema right now. Make sure my link preview works as I think it should. All right, link preview's right. Pulls in image, URL, name. Come in here to edit this. This. Tags. Let's go. Edit. Cool. All right, that pops up right. Publish. All right, cool. Still works like expect. Links out. That is added to a collection. Boom. Added to my collection. Saved on one collection. Still cool. Discover page. There. Yeah. All right, let's see what it did. created a type error here. So I need to. Yeah, so basically all it did was added a link to my enum so it knows this is basically telling it what it expects as an attachment in my messages, and this is what it's going to use for my types and type safety everywhere. I can already see it cause some issues, but it should fix those pretty easily. Again, it's going to extend my share attachment base, and the attachment type is going to be a literal link, and then site name, embed type, and embed height class. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough or if it's going to be too restrictive. That's always something I kind of find out later, but generally what I want, because I need the site name, I need the type, which is going to be link, and then I'm going to need to basically set a class for the cover image, which not always necessary for validation, but it does like to kind of throw that stuff in there. And then it's going to have to come in here and fix other files where it broke the type, because it's based on a type that does not include the link. So all it really has to do is add those back in there. And it seems like it's doing. So here, my share DM share type is going to be link added. It's right. And then my server function for actually handling messages should again add all these where it needs to be links. Let me check that again. Now it's going to run another type check. So like even when you are using it, maybe if you don't know TypeScript as well, which I'm still, still very much in the learning phase of TypeScript, and I got a general grasp of it, but one thing about the agents is it can catch and fix a lot of type errors. One thing you do have to be very conscious of though is it tries to do the easy route sometimes, which literally just means it's going to type everything to any, which kind of defeats the purpose of having type safety. So a lot of times you might need to go in there and tell it like, hey, I need a literal secure type fix, and like that. That is exactly how I think through things. Yes, I talk to myself to explain things. Like that's exactly how I think through things. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you can always ask questions. Like, look, I'm a pretty open book. I'll tell you exactly how I got here. I'll tell you exactly how I kind of do things. Problems I see, things I fix is like, you can always ask if you don't know what I'm talking about. But yes, I talk to myself pretty regularly to help me work through problems, because a lot of times they're multi-layered. And I'm also streaming, so
Yeah.
that was what I'd be doing this. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think about that, but yeah, we do. I guess a lot of calculations and fractions of time. I've just always been kind of building stuff, and honestly, my first degree in college was computer engineering. I just stopped, so this isn't necessarily something I just hopped into. I've been doing it for a while, but I've been taking it much more seriously for the last year, I would say. Schema is fine. Share, add links, create a new type, edge extended. Okay, so basically condition is where before if the type was a profile or post, it and it wasn't one of those, it just fell back to assuming it was collection. Now because I have links and it's using the same kind of base, it needs to scope that. That makes sense. Let me what made me decide to build a social network as a project to do. Actually, I built a social network as an experiment like almost a decade ago, except I was using Ruby on Rails. It was basically like another version of this. And I run a, I guess, editorial, you would say, online editorial that covers a lot of creatives, and I work with a lot of creatives, and I do a lot of coverage with that. So our goal is always to make something where people can come and like connect and post their stuff and whatever. So it's always kind of been a goal. But when I was hopping back into this and like learning these frameworks and JavaScript, and you can only do so many tutorials, honestly. They can only take you so far. So I just like, hey, I stopped doing tutorials, I stopped doing anything. So I needed to build something that I wanted to build. Like if you're gonna build something, it has to be something you want to build. And honestly, the more difficult it is, the more it's going to push you to learn things. Like with the social network, you literally do so many different things in coding, from front end to back end. Like you touch so many different aspects that by the time you're kind of done with it, the amount of things that you just learned how to handle is going to be like way more than anything else if you just did like a simple to do app or anything else that generally pops up when people are like learning to do this. So I like to try things, and I just like to do the hardest thing honestly first, and then kind of go from there. And with the help of agents and other forms of places, it's very, if you get stuck, it's pretty easy to kind of get out of it and you learn. It just really pushes you to like learn the full aspect of running a app, a website, of anything, honestly. Like everything I've learned here, I've already applied to other apps that I built. So it was just a very good starting point. What is DrizzleKit? Drizzle is just how you handle talking to your database, basically. So like it's one option. I don't remember what other people use. I use something else. I forget what it is. It's just basically a package that you can use when you're using React and Next and all these other JavaScript based frameworks. It helps you build your database. As you can see, this is all Drizzle. This is basically telling your app how to talk to the database and how you pull anything. Like you can pull from your user information. You can pull. It's basically how your site functions. Like you wouldn't be able to do anything. And this is just telling your database, which you will set up later when you launch. This is the fields that I need. Here's the columns. Here's what it's supposed to look like. So this is just Drizzle's way of like making it easier to do that. I mean, it sounds like you're interested in like, I don't know, are you program, you build, like what do you do? Like you sound like you're interested in programming. More or less. It's basically connecting your, it's what it builds your schema, it builds your database basically. And then once you push it, for example, when I push it to production, it basically tells it, hey, run this. And it tells my database to what it needs to build, what tables, what fields, and it enables the communication between your app and your actual database. So yeah, pretty much. There are other ways to do it. You can do it, the hard way, the old school way, but this is the easiest way when you're using like Next.js or React Router or like any of these frameworks. Is honestly for me, I found Drizzle to be the best for that. Prisma. Prisma is the other one that people use. People use Prisma as well. I actually used Prisma first for when I was doing my first apps on Next.js, but I don't like the way it abstracts. It keeps, for example, if you use Prisma, it really hides what it's doing basically. So you don't really see the queries it makes. For example, like you want to insert something, you want to call something, it hides all that, and so it makes it much harder for me to kind of debug issues that are going through. Whereas Drizzle, where it has some abstraction, it's far less, and it's very much more native in terms of like SQL language. So if you understand SQL, like I would suggest using Drizzle, and honestly, it forces you to kind of like learn exactly what your app is doing, and you can find quickly what the problem is and kind of diagnose it like that instead of having to like learn a whole new way of talking to your database. So that's why I use Drizzle. That's what it was. I had Prisma first, and I was like, I don't like that I can't really see clearly what is going on, whereas Drizzle makes it very, very clear. That science course, cool. I mean, it's been fun. It's definitely been a journey. Like I said, I've been doing it off and on. I already had a pretty good, strong background in like PHP and JavaScript and obviously HTML, CSS, all that basic stuff, and building just basic websites. But I wanted to learn the back end of things and how to build my own apps and websites and launch everything, not having to do anything like by myself. So I just hopped fully into it, and I use Free Code Camp. It's pretty much kind of like the go-to resource for a lot of people that are kind of just starting out. It's just all like free courses. You kind of do it at your own pace. It gives you a very good baseline of basic concepts that you need to know and like what you'll generally see. But again, I wouldn't say like I fully got comfortable until I started building like myself, because there's just so many things that it can't teach you in terms of like which frameworks to use, which API is, how to talk to other resources. Because when you actually build a full app, there's so many outside external sources outside of just pure JavaScript that you're gonna be using that you won't know until you like actually start building something. So it was very helpful to get me started, but then I switched over to just doing it live and like making mistakes and figuring it out. And but once you kind of start getting a grasp on it, it starts to make sense. My local machine is being very slow right now. Basically, it's being slow because I have a whole Redis and emitter server also going at the same time, so I can handle notifications and everything. But it takes a minute sometimes. My top advice is honestly Free Code Camp. Start the Free Code Camp courses. You'll see if you actually like programming pretty immediately. That's how I learned. Is before I even touched anything, I need to get the baseline. I need to get a solid foundation to build on. So I just went through the whole Free Code Camp thing. I did HTML, even though I already knew it. I redid HTML. I redid CSS. I did JavaScript. I learned relational databases, which honestly, if you're going to build anything, you really need to understand that. And then once I kind of got to that point where like, all right, it took me about 3 months, I would say, just at my own speed. You can do it faster, slower, whatever, but get the baseline knowledge and like hammer that. And then even now, like I still like every day I spend an hour just doing review and basically pop quizzes, which honestly that's what A is good for. I'd be like, hey, I'm learning this. Can you just quiz me on something different every day? Basically like challenges to like kind of refresh and make sure it's sharp in your mind. But then once you kind of get to that point, I did the usual, you build your own portfolio website, you do a couple YouTube tutorials like most people do. But those, I quickly fell off those because people kind of fall into that trap of just doing it over and over again. It just doesn't really teach you. Like you can imitate something, but you're not going to learn until you start doing something yourself, because you'll start to see like, oh, there's so much that they didn't tell me or even have an opportunity to like properly explain until you run into that problem yourself. And then once you run into that problem, it becomes so much easier. So like, yeah, I would suggest after Free Code Camp and all those other things, try to just get hands on keyboard as much as you can and start programming whatever you like. First thing that pops to your mind, and it'll probably be janky as hell, My first ones were, but the more you do it, the more comfortable you get. Like you really just have to do it. There's not really any other way of learning until you start doing it. And I would suggest doing an app that forces you to learn databases, authentication, those two specifically, because you're going to use those in pretty much every app that you might do. And just do apps that push you and push the boundaries of what you think you're capable of doing. Because honestly, with AI as a tutor, basically, they'll never like it shouldn't limit you from just trying things to this point. And I would suggest if you're using AI, which I did, never let it just do everything for you. If you ask it a question, even if it gives you an answer, you should type it out yourself. That will help you connect way faster than just letting it do its thing. I didn't start using the agents until like a couple weeks ago. For the first 6 months, I was building just raw. And then if I ran into problems, I would ask it for help on certain issues, but I would never just let it just do everything. Then this shit's being real slow. I might need to restart my container. All right, while it's real restarting, I might need to restart my whole container because it's being unnecessarily slow. I can make sure that those other things came through appropriately. Yeah, because once you start coding, you realize how bullshit that actually is. There's no way AI can do it all. That's it's just facts. Like, yes, it can build you something very simple, but honestly, can you launch it? Can you run it on the back end? Can you fix issues when you inevitably run into them, especially hosting and production wise? AI is not good at that because it's only based on limited context. And when you're building a full app, there's no way AI will be able to do it all. Amazon just had a huge outage. They basically almost destroyed a huge part of AWS with AI vibe coding. Like, so no, AI is a very, very, very useful tool. I will say that, and it's very good at pulling together information that you can get basically from Googling. Honestly, because this is basically how we did it before. When I was first programming, like years and years ago, you would go to Stack Overflow, you'd ask questions, and you'd wait. And you'd wait, and maybe you get it in a day, maybe you get an answer in a month, a couple weeks. Like maybe it's the right answer, maybe it's the wrong answer, but that's how you would do it. And basically, AI is kind of trained on Stack Overflow anyways. So like you're getting that same type of information, and it does a really good job of pulling together basic information that's already out there. But if you're trying anything new, especially if you're working with any new frameworks or any new tools, it doesn't know shit about it, and it's gonna make a lot of mistakes. And it doesn't always do things securely. So like yeah, like a lot of people got in trouble because they were building apps without understanding coding and not understanding like what it's doing is wrong. It's still just a supercharged Google machine. That's how I kind of use it. So like when I want to learn, if I want to get the basic information of like a new package I'm using, so to say, I'll just paste in the documentation of it and like, hey, can you find this information for me? And it'll pull it out for you and find it. So like it's good. It's a very, very powerful tool and can help you build something like this app I did by myself within like 3-4 weeks. But there's no way you can just like tell it to just run free because there's gonna be so many holes and so many issues. And once you start coding, you'll start to see how kind of bullshit the notion that AI can do it all is. All right, let's make sure this is good. So this is my staging site. This is actually my backend. This is actually production. This is my testing production though. Before I push anything to my main, I need to make sure my sharing is still working. I know it should. Okay, that worked. Cool. Sent. Go to messages. Hey man, no problem. Thanks for joining. And like I said, if you ever feel like watching, like I'll be on here pretty regularly now, just building things. So if you ever want to just give me a follow and just hop on, I'm always down to talk, man. Tell you what I know so far from doing it myself. All right, that shit works. It works. Cool. All right, not know why my container. I'm gonna close this. Restart my Docker. I don't know about y'all, but sometimes when I be using my Docker, it kind of like freezes up, especially when I'm like changing from app to app. Hey man, appreciate that. Try this again. Out here. All right, that should clean her up. Any problems I have? Let's see. All right, that was way faster. I don't know why it took so long last time. I think it's caching with Docker sometimes where I need to close the whole thing, especially like I said, when I switch from folder to folder, sometimes it be tripping. All right, it's received. My Redis server is set up, connections established, subscribed. The stream. It's listening, so it should be good. All right, should be good now. Let's test this. Make sure I didn't break my sharing with that update. Um, does this build? It's a weird flicker I need to get rid of. got rid of that flicker. What's going on? This again. Flicker's not there, but sometimes when you're sharing like rich posts, I get a flicker, so I'm gonna have to go in there and probably force it to stay open. It's a weird thing with like Radix and ChatCN. Sometimes I have to force it to stay open before it revalidates, especially when you're using like a masonry feed, which is also very heavy with revalidation. So like I had to go and check that as well. But sharing still works. All right, I didn't break anything. Let's go back and keep building this. What was the second phase it said? All right, it's going to create a URL detection for a message input. So basically, it's going to wire up a event listener to handle my messaging input. So when somebody puts in a HTTPS, which is what I think it's based on, it will kind of automatically start to prefetch that URL data by passing it to my link preview API. I don't think it's going to work necessarily well with just HTTPS. Only problem is if you do it based on like domain extensions, there's so many domain extensions now. So like, how are you going to handle all those? You might need to run like a helper with a list. That's one way you could do it, which I would try to avoid to do, and then compare that list to the link that's being passed. But right now, I think it's going to handle it just with, or try to handle it with HTTPS. So we'll see. Yeah, because right now it's saying it's going to add URL detection on content change, which it should do. It's going to use a debounce of 500 milliseconds, and it's going to extract the first URL with the regex, which I don't love using rejexes, but it's kind of the only way I think you can do it. It's going to be either HTTP or HTTPS. Then it's going to take that and call my link preview API using use fetcher, which is how I would do it. And then either it's going to show a preview card. Let's see what it's done so far. Right. So I created a type for my link preview data, which, right, it's going to be my URL, title, description, image, and site name. That's what I expect to pull from the link. That's what I expect to get back from the API. And then here's the regex is using its optional HTTP or HTTPS without a space. And then create a function to extract the very first URL in the string, basically trying to ignore all other. So somebody shares multiple links, it'll only try to preview the first one. It's gonna match the second one and then replace it. Okay. Here's my fetcher, send fetcher, and then a preview fetcher. And it's gonna expect the previews to be of that type defined earlier in the file. Some people like to put other types in like a separate file. Honestly, I like to keep them in the file because it's easier to just see exactly what it's trying to type against. Unless it's a type that I use all over the place, I try to keep them within the same file because typically it's just for that file. Submitting preview, again, using state to set the preview. Dismissed, it's basically going to handle deleting the preview. Say I don't want to add a preview, I just want the link, I can delete it and it's going to Gonna know how to handle that, and then same fetched URL, set fetched URL. Here's the form. It's gonna watch my content form, and it's gonna try to debounce it to 500 milliseconds, and it's gonna run that same function to extract that debounced content. And it's gonna create a use effect that runs every time there's a detected URL dismissed. Basically, every time you're doing anything with the link, it's going to run this use effect. And if there is not, you're going to set all those states to empty. And if it's dismissed, basically, you're going to also remove it. And if the preview is detected or last fetch equals do nothing, URL, I'm safe parsing it basically, so I can sanitize my URLs, because you don't want people just posting anything in there, because you get malicious code. So it's going to safe parse it, and if there's not a success, it's going to again call it an invalid URL. And I already have this helper set up for isSafe URL, which automatically has a basic ban list of certain URLs I do not accept, especially like localhost and private IPs. It's going to check an error, basically saying, again, if it's not safe, right, remove that link preview and return that error or this message. And then set fetched URL. It's going to take that detection, it's going to set it as that state. Here's the last fetched URL, empty link preview, and then preview fetcher. You're going to call that API link preview, and it's going to run every time anything happens with the link. Have I tried Cursor? I have not tried Cursor. Again, this is another use effect. If there is no data, do nothing. If there is data, preview. But if it's not a detected URL or it does not equal, then don't do nothing. Otherwise, you're going to set that link preview to that new data. Error, empty, and again, if there is an error, empty, run it again. Then here's the actual. So you're going to pull that embed data from the API that's calling. Link preview that URL, right? If there is a preview URL, then I'm going to run that function to get the actual embed data, which is how I handle my link posts and how I handle posting of YouTube and all those other things, like how basically all social media sites handle embed data. Basically, you're going to take that information and pass that URL to it, and it's going to get that embed, which might or might not show. And then again, link attachment, which is going to basically reuse my attachment data that I'm using for my messages. And if there is, then link preview, and then here's the object it's going to come back with the URL, the title, description, basically all the information you're going to need to be able to actually build the card once you share it. And then you're going to reset the field and clear out all the states. Then for send fetcher, which is when I actually post it or when I send the link to preview, it's going to take the content cleaned already, purified, sanitized, however you want to say it. Here's the ID, and here's the recipient, and then here's the attachment. And if it's a link attachment, you're going to stringify my JSON and come back with the link attachment, and it's going to call my API. That's how you post it. Relative, flex columns, item send. And then here's just the actual display, which I won't know what to do with it until I get it posted, and I'll need to make some changes. What model do I use? Copilot, I use Opus 4.6 for planning pretty much any major feature or app. And then I just use 5.3 Codex to implement anything I need implemented. Extends my message with attachment, type of a promise. If it equals a link, then continue. If equals profile, okay, So basically, I needed to explicitly now, because I added another type, I need to explicitly say if it's a profile or not. Then otherwise, this is the link as this type. Cool. Let it run some type checks, which I'm not seeing any errors. Everything looks clean to me. It looks like it implemented things properly. Just reusing my link preview API, which has already been pretty set up and hardwired a while ago. Pretty solid. And then it should be, this is my embed data function that it is calling, where it gets the URL object, and then it's the host name is when it here, and if it includes any of these, say for example you're sharing a YouTube link, this is basically telling it what to grab and how to display it for YouTube. Otherwise, if it includes Spotify, because I only allow embedding of YouTube, Spotify, SoundCloud, and Vimeo. I wanted to do like Instagram and all that, but they make it extremely difficult, and it was just like, I'm not gonna worry about all that. So this basically tells it if it includes YouTube, Spotify, SoundCloud, or Vimeo, then pull that URL and place the ID in here so that you can properly embed it how you normally would. All right, phase 2 looked good, so just go ahead and start phase 3. Check what phase 3 is. It's going to make some changes to my server side, so my API knows to expect a link and a link attachment. And then it's going to update my message attachments to sanitize also links, because it's external URLs. Right now, all my attachments are handled to only be internal links, and obviously we are allowing people to post external stuff. You want to really be careful and safe with that, so it's going to update that to sanitize it. And then I do not need it to refetch. So phase 4 is just the rendering. So I can probably tell to do phase 3 and 4. Actually, phase 3, 4, 5. All right, let's just do it. Let's do it thing. What's up? I don't even know how you say your name. Quaggle, Bargain. What have you been building? What type of projects have you kind of been doing? But all right, so I want to show y'all basically what exactly the embed data is doing. For example, I'll just come to Spotify. Let's just grab anything. Let's go. Who have I been listening to a lot lately? Let's go throwback. Let's go some watch down. Matter of fact, let's go. Yeah, right. Come here. Let's go. Copy the link. All right. Come here. Go to create. Get on my link. Basically, so when I pass in this, it's going to read this part right here. And if it finds Spotify, it's going to basically pull out this ID and then replace it into an embed format, so you can get it properly formatted like you would expect. So when I click preview, it's all running this in the API, running my get embed data function, and it's pulling it out, and it's getting what you would basically expect from a SoundCloud embed, and then it also pulled along with it the title and the description and the caption. I set it up so you can actually edit these. It won't change anything here, but it will change on my side. So let's go add some tags to it. Why not? That looked weird. Hold on. Let's add some tags, and then I need to fix that and then publish. And it creates it right here. And it actually created a kind of, I forget the name of it, but I pulled the image from Spotify and it created a cover image. This is not how it looks, so it doesn't automatically load. So when you're building something like this, when you handle embeds, you don't want to have everything have to load in, because embeds are very heavy on websites and stuff. So if you have a bunch of embeds as I have here, and you are loading each and every one immediately, it will slow down your site incredibly and just make navigation very burdensome. But if you hide it like I have with an image, and then you don't load anything until you actually click, so the trick I learned, you hide it with the image, and then once you actually click play, for example, now it actually loads in the embed instead of having each and every one of these embeds load in on first load. So that improves performance significantly. And then once you kind of scroll down, it resets. So that's how you can have a feed like this with, I don't know, however many embeds you might have. And it looks just visually better to me. And then once you actually go into the actual post, you don't need to do any of that. You can actually just load the embed, because that's what people want. And then once you come here and you click play, it should function like it does. So that is one way of doing it. That's how I found the best way to handle it, especially when you're dealing with like feeds and you want to allow that kind of interactivity. Do not load the full embed until they explicitly ask, and to kind of trick and hide it is just create it look a cool visual. And I add a function to tell if what kind of embed it is, so people know. But yeah, that's how I handled it. That's how I kept the performance pretty fast, even on my production site, when you're handling a ton of embeds and you're loading in a bunch of things. But let's check. Let's see what it did now. So it just finished implementing. Let's run some type checks. It updated my attachment type, which is in my root, which I need because my root is how I handle all live updates, all my like live notifications. So my messaging has to be live, because you need to be kind of instant messaging, so to say. So I handle all this type of stuff in live. So it updated my type in my live, because this is my global stream event. This is what my emitter and read server is reading. This is just my attachment preview. So when you post and it's an attachment type equals links, it will just say such and such shared a link when you see the preview window. What else did it change? Updated my API to run is safe URL, again, because it's an external link. You don't want to just let people post whatever they want. You want to sanitize it first, again. So it's I run Dompier by to not allow certain things like HTML input and all that. So it strips it all that, which honestly, React Router does a pretty good job of already kind of stripping things, but I just like to be explicit with inputs, at least in Jetty and all that, but I like to be explicit. And then again, security check, make sure it's a safe URL, which I set up in a separate file. So it's going to run against that and make sure it's not any of those that I have blacklisted, basically. And then once it is, get the embed data if there is, and you're going to run that. And here, then you're going to send back this. This is the JSON package that will be sent back. So that looks good. And then on the visual front, here's my bubble, my actual message. So it explicitly said, again, profile, if you're sharing a profile, basically, name, avatar, cover image, tags. Here's the type. It's basically going to determine what's going to be displayed. And then again, if it's the link, here's what it's coming back as. Looks good. Link as get embed. Safe link image. Again, cleaning my image URL. So like when it pulls an image from a site, it's gonna make sure that's safe before I display anything, because people can hide malicious things in images. So you do want to also clean those before you pull anything external for that. If it's a link, it's gonna run this basically. It's gonna display this. So before I accept that, let's just basically I can run it now. So let's check it out. So if I come in here, go to messages, let's just message Rick Sanchez. So let's just do the same thing. Let's grab this same Spotify and I run. Boom. So it does pretty well. It pulls, I'm mad at it. Pulls the title, pulls the description, host name, and it added a little special icon for that. I'm not mad at it. Let's go to, I think I might do it a little different. Posted. Here's the card. I'm actually gonna make it different. I think it's too close to this. I don't need it to look like that. Can I play it? Yeah. Okay, so you can send embeds right now in the actual file, which is cool. I'll need to clean this up visually because I don't want it to be the same card that I'm using for post shares. It needs to be visually distinct. Try YouTube, why not? Share this again video and check this out, right? The listener automatically finds that it's an HTTPS. Now I'm gonna need to try this without HTTPS, and it pulls in again. Now I need to make these the same. I can't have the preview image look different than what actually gets pulled through. So I'm gonna have to probably separate that into its own separate component instead of using what I have. But and it gets the actual message still comes through, and then you get the embed, which again I need to clean this, but let's play right here. Cool. Now let's try this. If I just say, for example, so as you can see, that's the problem. Like it only looks for HTTP or HTTPS, but honestly, when most people are sharing, like typing links, it's good when you're pasting links, but if you're typing a link, it does not pick up on that this should be a link and it should be creating a preview. But if I were to do this again, it will call it. So I'm not to fix that, which I knew was going to be a problem. That it only right now it's only reading if you actually include HTTPS, but that's not honestly how most people type out links these days. So I'm going to have to figure out a way to handle that, which can be add some complexity because there's so many domain extensions you can't like account for them all. So I'm gonna have it be HTTP or HTTPS, but if not, it's gonna fall back to a domain extension if you're gonna see dot whatever whatever. So I might have to create a separate folder with a basically array of different domain extensions and check if it's that. If it does, then try to call a preview. So which can be intensive, but I don't know. I might need to figure that one out and find a different way of handling that. So we'll see. But right now, embeds, as you can see, are working as expected. I will just need to come in here and change design because that's not what I'm looking for right now. Need to make this visually distinct. So but my general feature was done. Honestly, within like I could have did this honestly in like 15 minutes if I wasn't streaming, but I wanted to walk people through my process of doing this. But generally, something like this, because I had it already set up so much with just posting and links, the infrastructure was pretty much already there. I was just extending it to DMs. It was pretty straightforward, but I could have did this honestly within 10 minutes. But I need to definitely clean up the look, which I'll keep those changes, but I will come back and probably on my own clean up the visual styling, which I'm going to separate. Um, but links properly. Now it should be external. I don't want it to. I haven't decided. I might. If it's an external link, I will probably forward you to that to open in a new tab instead of the same tab. Interesting. This video is unavailable. Wonder why that was. Sometimes when you're dealing with like, third party stuff, you get some weird bugs that you necessarily can't do too much about. All right, but overall, I mean, that works pretty well. Now, what I do need to check is if, let's say I try to share this. Now, if I try to share an external link, I wonder what will happen. An internal link, I mean, local address, not allowed. Cool. But I can actually go to all right. Okay. It wouldn't be internal. You're right. I'm tripping. I need to go test that live. So I can't test internal links right now because it's in my banned list as it should be, but I will test that on my staging site, how it handles internal links. Interesting. Now I do want to clean this up. What else do I need? All right, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna come back here. Implemented everything I wanted. Don't want. Well, all right. So I want them to look differently, but I already handle. Basically, I just want them to look like this card, um, as is. Basically, just this card. So it's distinct enough from attachment cards so they know it's not internal. How crazy am I at basketball? I mean, I'm pretty good, man. Like, I got paid a lot of money in my career to play, so I mean, I'm not the best, but I was not a scrub. Yeah, so I want to reuse that. So I'm gonna tell it they need to be distinct. If it's starting, basically I'm telling it if it's an external link being shared to my DMs, just reuse the styling I've already set up for the link. And that's honestly a very key part of AI that I use when I don't need to go in there and copy everything and like reconfigure everything. I know exactly what I want it to do, and I'll just go in there and grab it. And typically does a pretty good job of getting what I need and then minimizing how much copying, pasting, and tweaking I need to do. Because I already have it set up. Just take this and reuse it. Site name does not type. What does that mean? I just have to fix some type errors, but well, I think it's like I think it just stripped the whole thing out. One thing I've noticed agents is it doesn't necessarily go in there and fix. If it makes a mistake, it doesn't just fix or add the one line it needs to add. It'll just basically rip everything it did out and then redo everything in the correct manner, which obviously makes much more work and uses a lot more tokens. But that's honestly the only way it really works right now is instead of fixing the one or two lines you just fix, it'll just literally just rip everything out that it added and redo it. There's still some type errors. Hold on. Oh, because it didn't fix the actual type error. Okay. Type. It's either string or undefined. All right. So type is either a string, right? But it's not a string. It is also a what should be a string. Okay, it should be because it should just get the embed type, which is a string. So I don't understand. Interesting. Or like embed that at that type. Weird. Okay, so it's a URL which is still a string. So I don't really know why it's picking that up. Sometimes TypeScript can be a bit weird. That embed type should have worked fine, but now basically it's saying link embed data needs to be dot type. But that should be the last of my type errors. Let me double check. Oop, my thread also has a type error. Not find module. That can't be right. Right here. Sometimes it's slow to pick up on. Fix it. All right, I should have cleaned it up. So let's double check. That's correct. Okay, that looks way better. That's exactly what I was looking for.
Like a shooting star! Burn!
What that caused? That's weird. All right, So Spotify is just linking out automatically. Actually, yeah, that's exactly what I want. I don't want it to be played in Medium because it's an external link. So why use my resources? That's actually exactly what I want. Do want to change that expand though. Okay, so we'll keep those changes. Expand should be an arrow out instead. So arrow like that. All right. I don't remember what that's called though. Arrow upright. That's what it is. Boom. Letting you know this is not cool. Last thing, I needed to open in a see where the link is to. This post is external link. Here it is. Safe link image. If it has an image, here's the image size. Platform icon. Cool. Glow. Okay, that's exactly what I want. External link. Cool. Um, links. I don't. Open. All right, looks good so far. But basically, I told it, go ahead and strip out all the embed data outside the type. I don't need to be able to play a link in a DM. I just needed to externally redirect to that link and then grab the image. So it should reduce on a lot of load, especially in the DMs. I just need the image. I just need the embed link type, and then I need the actual link itself. So it should just remove a lot of unnecessary code. So it's removing the iframe path. Cool. And change navigation, open new tab, so it should be blank. Which I'll need to go back in. Okay, so now all links are the same height no matter what. Which is fine. I don't really care because I'm not playing the embeds. And they should all open in a new tab. Looks good to me. Let's double check this. Let's try just share.
Is there any?
Let's check the short. Let's come here. Right. Should fetch something. So fetch the title. Then when I share, here's the link. All height 48 because I don't really care. I don't need it to. I need it to be visually distinct from actual post embeds, which take into account the height and image of what you are sharing. So, for example, shorts here are full height because when you click play here, it should at least bring you here. Okay, cool. But this, I don't really care. This is just the link with the type. All right, I like that. Now let's do something without image. Let's just copy my actual production site. Try that. Okay, here's the title, here's the caption. No image because it doesn't have an image. I guess I could just remove the image, but yeah, if it doesn't have an image, I'm probably gonna remove this because people might think it's broken, and then just have the title be centered. Because if I come back, for example, and I grab a post that does have an image, should grab my image. Right. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I don't know if I'll click a link in a DM that has this. So I'm probably gonna remove the globe and tell it if it doesn't have an image, just center the title in a smaller thing. so if a link doesn't have an image, globe and image div, center the title and thermal icon and make guide or instead of 40. Yeah. That's a good point. That is a good point. I was consider that. I mean, I don't mind how it's doing right now. But that is definitely a good point. I mean, I still get the title. I still get the title right here. I do actually want the globe. Here, let's do this. Oh, see, I removed something I didn't want to remove. I mean, I'm pretty fine with that. Links aren't going to be that big of a deal on my site, but I do want to be able to at least manage them in a way. I do want to automatically turn this into a link though. Cool. I'm cool with that. So like basically, yes, these are non-descriptive, the actual messaging links, but it still adds the card underneath. So I'm fine with that. Let's go. last thing I would say is, again, make these links clickable, maybe. Because say, for example, I'm gonna use my site again. Format file, go to my clone site. That's a good one. Check. Say I come here, grab my t-shirt link. Yeah, post. Yeah, so I might turn that into clickable link, and then I need to tighten up link preview because HTTPS alone ain't gonna be, it's too loose. One thing with, yeah, exactly. Because actually, I already have it set up where you can dismiss the card. So once you dismiss it, you can still post the link, the message, and you won't get the preview, but you won't be able to actually click it. Only thing is, it does add a little more complexity. I've done it before. I've done it with mentions. You basically just have to, again, kind of scan the message. You have to pull out the actual link itself and pull out the messages and then reassemble everything with the new element, which, you know, honestly, AI does that pretty well. So I'm gonna just have to do that. I don't like going in there and doing that myself. But then I also need to tighten up the actual link preview. So I need to do that first, I would say. Link fetching. Um, well, I can walk you through it now. So like this link sharing is actually already built on my post sharing, which I already implemented actually a couple days ago. But it's built on two things. I already have post sharing, which embeds links automatically. So I have different types of posts for my site. So basically, you can have notes, which are just written posts, medium form articles, images, and links. So I already had it set up to pull from link previews, but I don't think I ever tightened it up in terms of whether it has a protocol or not. Which, so for example, I'll just take this link. It was already built to preview and pull, so it pulls from this. It already reads this functionality to actually fetch the link. And then I actually already had link sharing, post sharing actually already set up. So it pulls. I gotta fix that flicker. but it pulls it already and then handles it. So it's built on those two aspects already. That's why I see it was not hard to do, but so it's opposite. It's actually reusing my post sharing for this and my link previews for this. And I already have embeds. Embeds already are fully integrated into my site. So yeah, I already had that set up. It's basically just reusing it and refactoring it into a way that is a little simpler, but for DMs. And I need to tighten up link fetching, which I think will be useful because I don't think I set up a tight thing for my post. Because I think if I, well, yeah. Yeah, see, I do need to tighten up because it doesn't, I didn't even catch that. It doesn't get it without the prototype, so this will be usable. No, this is basically all already just, this is me coming back and improving because I already have it actually already set up production wise and it's already live. So this is just me adding new type of features and cleaning things up. So this is the production site, already works, already up. This is just me adding features now. So I added sharing to it. As you can see, it's not here in my post yet. It's on my staging site, going through testing, and then now I'm just working on my messaging, improving that because it was just text based. Now I added sharing to messaging, and now I'm adding links to messaging as well. So kind of just knocking things off my checklist, honestly. But I mean, you sound like you built things yourself. You program. What do you do? Let me double check. So let's see what Opus came up with. I was like, how would you handle link fetching without prototypes, without the prototyping, basically without the HTTP, HTTPS? And like I said, right now it's only grabbing it if it matches those, which most cases works because most people are just copying and pasting, but some people do type, and I do want to be able to catch those as well. And my current function requires it, so I'm trying to figure out how it would handle this. And I don't love rejects. I don't know about y'all, but I do not love rejects, but I don't really know any other way they do this without it. Yeah, so it doesn't have a protocol pre-pinned. Oh, that's smart. So basically, it's saying like grab based on this rejects the domain, and if it doesn't have the HTTP or HTTPS protocol, then you would prepend it, and then you'd run it through the fetcher, which makes sense. Sorry, I didn't even think of that. So it would still pass my validations, and it would still be considered a safe URL and everything. It would check if it was a safe URL. That's smart. I did not think of that. So I don't need to touch my safe URL, which honestly is pretty solid. But I will still probably need like a known allow list. I think I'll do that so that you don't get Yeah, I agree. That was just how I already had it set up for my attachments because I didn't want my post attachments to be in the same message. I wanted them to be able to live on their own because they are specifically styled to kind of pop out like that. And then for links, I will go back in and put it in the same probably bubble, honestly. But it just reused what I already had set up for my attachment cards. So, and I'm just trying to visually separate the two. So when somebody sends you a post, you get a card as you would expect, as you would typically see on your feed. And then if somebody sends you a link, you'll know immediately like the difference between the two. Avoid React. Yeah, I hear that a lot. I definitely hear that a lot. It's just kind of what I started on. JavaScript was the first real. Yeah, JavaScript was first, and then I did Ruby on Rails for a while. Then I came back to JavaScript. I honestly just use it because it's just the most widely used, and I did some projects and some apps for people or fix some things that were always in React or JavaScript, so it just seemed like that's where most of the work was. But I definitely want to learn like Python and stuff. I mean, the allow list is more so for I guess the domain extension. Basically a known TLD allow list. Because I don't want people posting. Obviously, I mean, you're right, but I gotta figure it out. But I think my safe URL, I gotta look at it again. But I'm pretty sure it doesn't allow. I just don't want people to post, TXTs or PDF extensions and shit like that. But it shouldn't honestly go through anyways because I do think I have it set up to handle that type of input. It's been a while, so I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure I probably already have it set up to not allow those type of extensions that people might try to sneak in. Nah, I mean I understand. I definitely get it. But I will tell you, like, I do a lot of freelance stuff right now, so everybody's like, I've built this on React, I built this on JavaScript. True. You cannot allow us. That's why I was trying to avoid it. This is true. Blacklist is definitely much easier. So I've already blacklisted a lot of domains and IPs and stuff that I don't want. Looks good to me. You can't pass credentials or anything like that. Cool. Localhost, IPs, shorteners, which I don't like. I mean, it's pretty solid. I just might tighten some things. I like to see what it. Let's see what it does. There probably is an API, honestly. There probably is. I think there was one there. I'm pretty sure I utilized one of them to blacklist something. I don't. I'd have to look it up. Did a lot of coding on this, but there are definitely a lot of APIs for blocking like common, you know, bad extensions and shit like that. So if I need to get there, I don't necessarily know if I need to or not. I will probably just not allow them. Probably is. Let's look. React. Chrome extensions, which as of right now, basically just added a regex, which will prepend the protocol, and then it will still run through my safe URL to make sure that's not hitting any of these. I'm just tell it to blacklist. Basically, it is now, it updated my listener to listen for that extension even without the protocol. So let's see if it works. And it should. Still grab it. Okay. That works. Now let's go. It's a pretty good job of that. Now let's just check. Won't show the list of extensions that it's blocking, but it's blocking a lot of common ones. Let's say I try, whatever. Yeah. Um, Not to double check, but I'm pretty sure right now it checks safe images basically, and then if it's over a certain size, it doesn't pull it at all. And then if it does store them in a backup. Yeah, actually it does. Yeah, I run it through another kind of script, so to say, to make sure it's a safe image as well. Yeah, I definitely did that early on. I try to be very like cognizant of security issues because there's so many holes that can be taken advantage of. You can't catch everything, but I do try to like be as thorough as I possibly can. They they definitely are. They definitely are. My post images, I know I definitely run those through very strict cleaning before I even allow it. But the links still need to clean and tighten things up. But there's always things to try to catch for sure. My site is also very it's been basically locked down to invite only, and you have to be granted permissions to be a full creator. So there is some, gatekeeping before you can even get to it. So for the most part, people that get you kind of get vetted before you're allowed to like fully post on a site. You can like things, you follow things, you comment on things, but you can't actually post anything until you go through a vetted one, because we only want creators mostly posting. It's creator led, and then two, again, you don't want just everybody running free because that is a nightmare. And I don't have a full team behind me to catch everything like that. So hey man, appreciate it. Yeah, check them out. My other lives are actually on my other app. I'm building. That's more of like a project management app, but appreciate you hopping in, man. I'll give you a follow. All right, so basically on the back end right now, I'm trying to lock this down as much as I can. I don't want to allow, a certain range of URLs. I don't want, PDFs, file extensions, none of that. So I'm kind of locking that down right now. Trying to keep it strictly to, public web links that can be parsed. I don't want to accidentally introduce anything to that. Can't catch everything, but you try to lock it out as much as possible. And then when I'm offline, I'll do like a final, deep security check of everything before I even post on my live production. That's why I do keep everything staging and then production. Like staging gets hacked, okay, whatever, fine. I can always rebuild that, but I do not want my main guide. So I do a lot of testing before I push any change live. So let's refresh this. It should not allow. Instead of trying to fetch. Now I need to tighten it up and don't allow file extensions to call link fetching. That's just unnecessary. Again, I'm not showing that because I don't want to show the full list of things that aren't allowed, just in case. Oh, and I misspoke when I was talking about my images. I actually don't pull any of the images. It's just hot links to the image. So if the link removes the image, then you get a broken link basically, which I'm fine with. I don't want to actually store any images. All right, so I think that's in place. I like to just, when I make that many changes, especially with like the APIs and stuff, sometimes just restart the server, local server, get a fresh look at, make sure those changes kind of fire up, and might take a second to restart because it's got to restart my Redis server. Got to connect once again to my emitters and everything, which locally can take a minute sometimes, especially when you got so many things running. It should be refreshing right now. All right, there we go. So basically, if I type in something with a PDF extension now, it should not fire up my link fetch. Exactly. So that works. That's hardened. But if I do that, this should fetch the link. Okay. So regular domain extensions should work, but now other extensions shouldn't. I will go back in later and triple check that to make sure that's locked down. But it's at a good place right now. But security is a never-ending thing. I will say that. When you think you got a lockdown, you might want to quadruple check that because there's things that sneak through all the time. So I'm gonna have to go back in and really give it a 3-time look over and make sure it's locked down as sufficiently as it should be. But for the most part, I think those are good. I will double check images to make sure that I'm not pulling any images and storing. I don't think I am. I think I'm just grabbing the URL and putting those in place. Which, let's just look at it. So right now, basically here is my link image, and it's gonna run it through this function right here, is safe media URL. I'm gonna take that value, which is the string. Is safe HTTP. Yeah, I probably need to. So it's taking the URL and then it's running it through my safe HTTP URL. Safe. Which is checking if it's as this. But yeah, this needs to be tightened up. Which honestly should just run through my URL security function or a separate one that can handle images. but I'm not actually storing it in images, which is what I don't want to do. Safe link image. All right. They see my safe link image, checks if it's a link. If it is, then it's gonna run it through this function to ensure that it's a safe URL, but it's not really. So that needs to be tightened up significantly, security wise. And then then I actually want to I need to create another function basically to read this message. If it finds a link, it needs to pull this link out, put it into basically an href, and then reconfigure this back to this message and spit it out so that you can get this clickable link. Basically, the same way I have it set up with my mentions. How my mentions work, basically same type of setup. It pulls out what it needs to, and then rebuilds it so that you can get this clickable link. But that's basically how mentions works. I always have to repurpose that. I might be able to just kind of use that same function. But in general, the link works. I wanted to build link sharing in here, and I did. It works. Security needs to be tightened up significantly. I need to turn the links in a message into clickable links. But the overall general thing I was trying to do this stream, I did it. Building the actual thing is pretty easy and straightforward, but like securing it is always the issue, the bigger issue. Again, so it takes this, and normally it searches for HTTPS. Protocol doesn't find it. It just looks for this domain extension, which I just locked down to be generally safe. There's definitely things I need to go double check, triple check, and make sure that things can't sneak by, because people can be very malicious and upload things or attach things that shouldn't, that can get into your app without you really knowing. So I'm trying to lock that down. But right now it looks for these domain extensions, which is not an easy thing to do, and then reappends it to the front so then it can run through my link fetching functionality. Let me change that real quick. That. All right, that looks right. Go post this. It doesn't say share the link. It says the actual link. Fine, I guess. Interesting. What do I need to do? Turn links into links and messages into clickable href elements. I implemented merchants into links. Like I said, I already did it for mentions, so I basically told the agent to take those message links and turn them into clickable href elements and just use my previous mention functionality and rewire that, refactor it to also handle DM messages. Because as it's set up, if I don't want a link preview and I close that out, there is no way to just click and travel to that link. So I need to ensure that there's always a way to access that link. Then outside of like link sharing, I do want to implement image sharing directly, so you don't need to post anything. If you just want to send a like say a draft of a artwork or something that you're working on, you want to send it to somebody, you should be able to do that in DMs. So I'm going to reuse my image uploading to also handle that for DMs, and then I want to implement GIFs and maybe emojis, an emoji selector. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, one thing I do need to double check is I need to make sure it didn't all right, so it reused my mention text, but I need to actually strip this out into its own separate component because I don't want comments to turn links into clickable elements because I can't necessarily trust those. But I do want DM messages to turn into clickable. So I might need to strip out that instead of reusing it, but actually basically copy it to its own file and make the changes needed. So let's go ahead and tell it to actually refactor DM links into its own component. I don't want to mention return links elements only DM, so separate the so basically I'm telling it take out everything it did and refactor into its own component. I want my mention text to handle separately from my DM text. While it is basically going to do the same thing, what mentions does is it finds the mention, it runs some functions, it finds that there's user, then it pulls that text out, turns it, basically puts it into an href element, and then puts it back, then it rebuilds the text where it was previously, so that you get the message, the original message sent, but with the clickable element. I'm basically telling it, just never mind that. Separate it, make that clear, the separation of distinction, because I don't want links in comments or posts or whatever. I only want them in DMs, because if you're going to make a link post, just make a link post. But I don't want to get messy with comment links. There's a reason why a lot of social networks don't allow links in comments and other places, because it can get real sketchy. So I'll allow it in DMs because I'm doing a lot of kind of safe parsing and checking before I post anything. But for comment stuff, I don't want to allow that. So yeah, basically it stripped it out into its own component DM message text right here. And it's running a regex mention render text. I don't know why it's having mentions. Don't need the mentions. So I'm gonna tell it to strip that out. Basically, it's also combining mentions and my links. I only needed to URL render a message, not mentions. There is no mentioning in DMs. So again, turning these nodes into fragments. It's basically pushing into an array of this is the username. So I don't need that for mentions. I need it for URL match. Here's the href. Here's the actual text pulling out, and it's pushing it right here. Boom. So, mention parsing and DM messages. Remove that. Only URL parsing and okay. So it just removed all the mention functionality because it's not needed for DMs, only links. Meanwhile, keeping my mention implementation clean. Running type check, type safety checks to make sure there's no errors, but I don't see any. So let's go ahead and test this out. Let's just go udemy.com. Right? I post it. Should link appropriately. I need to clean up some of that styling, but cool. It pulls the image. I need you. Oh. Production site, and then let's go collective.com. So I need to go in and fix that. I don't know why the image is broken. overall, I mean, it looks pretty good. Let's should be a TSX file. It is. I can add um font, semi bold maybe. Let's go hover. So when you hover, underline polls, it takes you need. All right, so image posting, links good in the actual messaging. Now, the link posts, I probably want to have them actually be inside the message bubble, different from my post sharing, which I do want to be separate and have its own kind of card that you would kind of imagine when you see the discover page. So that to be clear distinction. So let's go ahead and tell it to do that. Let's keep those changes. For the link, shares, for link attachments. That's what it's link attachments. Link to be in the bubble as the other cards. So basically what I'm doing now is I want, like I said, these are post shares, which completely valid. I want them to be in their own card separate from any optional messaging that might be attached, because a lot of times obviously when you share a post you're not really writing anything, so I just want them to live on its own. But when I'm sharing a link like this and it's attached to this, I want it to be in the same message bubble, so I'm gonna try and do that right now. These are the type of things I just let AI can handle, so I don't need to go in there and copy and paste and cut and copy, and like you forget things, and it does a really good job of shifting layouts relatively quickly, as you can see in real time right there. It pasted. That needs to be fixed. but for the most part, pretty clean. So when you send a link, here's the actual link, and here's the link preview, which even makes me want to do that semi-bold that I would say. Yeah, it's better. I might even change it to text. Oh, that's good. So I'll leave like that. So you can click the link or you can click the preview. I do need to fix this spacing wise because when it's a long message, it pushes it out and it doesn't fit, but that's simple enough. Okay, link again, link, but then I still get my same functionality with my other cards. These show up as post and messages come with links like that. All right, that's better. Let's figure out what's causing that. Basically, inline attachment content. If it is, basically meaning if it's about basically saying if it's an actual link, then I want you to keep it in the bubble. Just adding a margin top to it, but I do need it to be in its own. And it's defining it here. Basically, if it's a attachment link type, then it is an inline link attachment, meaning explicitly place it in the bubble. And then you pass it down as a prop right here. Um, but it should have. It should. All right, that cleaned it up. So basically, if basically said if it's inline attachment, which it is, it needs to be its own inline block so it doesn't get pushed out with the text. It remains on its own. That's clean. Attachment card's still fine. I don't really know where this border is coming from. All right, that cleaned it up. Got rid of that weird harsh line around some of these. The link still shows up. You can click on either. External. Cool. Handles messaging fine. Message. All right, so link sharing is pretty much done. I'll commit those right now. The next thing I'll need to do is definitely tighten up some security, which I'll probably do after I finish this up. Sometimes the Copilot implemented link sharing in DM messages with input and card previews improvement current URL security for file extensions and bad domains factor link. That's what I'm doing. Refactor link message parsing for href implementation. Yeah, that's good enough. Let's commit that. And then since it's new branch, let's go ahead and Submit that. Let's publish this branch. I like to go on the GitHub and double check that all right, cool. Branch is published, so it's safe here online. So I need to. All right, so I'm gonna tell it to basically scan my safety. Basically, I just told Opus to scan my implementations, check my DM messaging, my message input, my attachment cards, and my link posting to ensure that I am safely parsing links that people input and make sure that I'm not pulling or storing any images that are either too large or contain malicious subtext or code in them, and basically just harden everything and make sure that, because when you're dealing with like links and you allow links to be posted, you kind of do open up yourself to some bad things happen. So I'm gonna let that run, and I'll be back. All right, let's get back to it. I let it run for a little bit. It did some. I think it already implemented a bunch of things. Um, yeah, I'm about to break this out into its own window. All right, let's check its work. Basically, it kind of did what I thought it was going to do. I knew my like is safe media calls. My attachments weren't necessarily secure. They were quick, but they were definitely not secure. They were just simple checks to see that there is a protocol, basically. But obviously, you need to do way more to secure things. So it did identify a few areas. It identified there's a high risk for CSS injection for background image, which I probably need to go through this whole site and kind of clean up. But it uses string interpolation. So basically, I pull it out and put it into a variable. And a URL containing a break, containing like a parentheses can break out of it and then insert their own URLs, which is sneaky, but you need to clean that up. And they said there was no actual validation going on. It was just checking if there's prototypes. So I needed to actually lock that down and sanitize some things like my video ID. Didn't have any download or redirect limits because while I don't actually download a lot of these images, I am getting the OG data. And while I have a timeout, there is no actual download limit. So like a server can send like a multi megabyte HTML response or chain redirects, and that is an issue. And then again, I didn't validate some of the links without saving checks. So it went through, created a whole checklist of things. For the CSS injection, it says it replaced my background image style with an image inside a container div. Let's check that out. Let's just see what it changed. So before, my style was grabbing the background image directly from this so-called safe profile cover image, which was not safe enough, and it just removed that and put it into its own image, which and a source, which removes the string interpolation and actually causes it to come through here, which cleans it up. So created a I believe it created a helper. It did. In my URL security, so let's check that. So it actually it's not show. I'm not gonna show my URL, but basically it validates that a URL is safe to use as an image source, and it allows certain file extensions in the path. But it enforces HTTPS protocol, public domains, no credentials, and no blacklisted domains, which happens throughout the previous part of my. So this actually validates and parses my safe image URL that I'm grabbing from my links, which is correct. And then it runs it through. So then in my actual link preview API, it's validating my video ID, making sure that it's valid and not something malicious. It's enforcing a download limit of, I believe, 2 megabytes and a max redirect of 3, so you don't keep getting, again, malicious intent. And then it's validating it against this imported is safe URL image. So it's locking that down. Looks good so far. It said that I was sending, I was sending raw image URLs in my DM enrichment, and then I wasn't validating like I should. So basically, it again, that helper function, it's revalidating once again the attachment image, so you're not, so there's no gaps along the preview to actually displaying. It's kind of filling in those holes so that people can't just go through and find those gaps. And then again, it's running my message text, which is what renders the actual link in your messages. So it's sanitizing and validating those to make sure that it is safe to display. And then yeah, it looks good. So I'll probably tell it to just go ahead and run this on my entire code. So like my postcards, my views, my other renders, and just reuse. It will basically just reuse so anything posted will go through my new link preview setup, so it will get hardened and like kind of parse there. But I do want to tell it to use the same client side verification and validation as I have implemented here. So across board to keep it consistent. So I'm gonna tell it to do that right now. So now it's gonna kind of go through and it's gonna take this helper, safe URL, save image, all those helper functions, and it's gonna apply it to other areas in my code base that will probably need them. At least client side, I harden the backside, so when I preview a post in my link preview, since it all uses the same thing, it'll kind of go through the same validation. But now on the client side, it will also ensure that everything is safe, link wise, image wise, and everything. Yeah, I don't know how long. It probably won't take too long, but it will running that right now. But overall, I think pretty solid in terms of my link functionality. Pretty safe now. It pulls what it needs image wise and provides the links, the titles, the messages are clickable, the previews there. It fetches only public domain links, which was needed for security. No embeds play. It's strictly external links. You figure out why my website does not grab this image. Yeah, it's my design resources. All right, so this is one that I use to double check that my sites like posts and stuff have the actual information. But as you can see, here is social platform. Cool. Yeah, so it's missing my OG image URL, so I'll have to double check that. It looks out to add an OG image. So I'll have to add an OG image. I don't know why it's not doing that. Pull my fave icon, my icon, right? The image. I'll add that next. But like I said, so far links look good. I might. Inline block text. Like I said, next thing I will want to implement is actual image uploading. So we'll need to restyle this whole message input to allow image uploading, possible emoji selection, but definitely I want to do image uploading and GIF uploading. So I'll probably tap into this will be a good way to show you how I use APIs. So it's the first time on this app that I'll have to tap into an API. I'll probably use one that everybody uses, which is I believe Tenor. I think it's the free one. So this is where it comes in very helpful when you are working with like APIs and there's a lot of documentation. You can kind of feed it just this link and it does a pretty good job of understanding what you need to do to implement it into your code base, and it will implement a plan for you how to do that. So I know there's Giphy, but I don't think Giphy's free, so I'll probably end up using Tenor and allow search and posting, which I would do. Doesn't seem too difficult. Implement share events. It's just a call, especially when you're typing, for example. So that'll probably be my next major implementation. This is GIFs. I think images will be pretty easy because I already have images set up for posting anyway. So I'll probably just reuse that and have it be implemented here. All right, so it updated 15 files. And it says it added guards all across the board. It says it added into my collection card. Again, since it could be from a external link as the cover, so it's gonna again run that through the save image function to make sure it's clean. In my link form, okay, this is just my preview image, and my preview image, it's again running it through there. Save preview, cool. Basically, my previews when you're posting a link post, it's making sure those are also saved. Then it's gonna run it. I know in my message input preview, but I need to grab the images just in case. My postcards, it's gonna again save. Run all those external images because these gonna be links, and it's gonna run all those through those. That's cool. Yeah, because here's the function. Save metadata, meaning if the type is an embed basically and the image is a string, then you're gonna run it through this function. And if it is safe and clean, then you're gonna return it. Otherwise, do nothing. Leave an undefined. That is safe image. Okay. So far. This gotta be my notifications, because why am I? Oh yeah, it's a notification. This is for my it's for my actual notifications, which pulls the image of the post that you're commenting, and it's again, so just across the board, even though on the back end when you post, it's already running it through there. It's just a double check of safety that they're not sneaking through anything malicious. So on pretty much every touch point where you might get an external image, it added that safeguard, which looks good to me. Keep that. Okay, let's go. I need to add an emoji image for app. Link sharing is showing that it's missing. I low-key want these. I low-key want the actual attachment card to be on the right side. Just me was kind of bugging me. I feel like I'm missing this OG image. Where is my OG image? I thought I had it. All right, so that's why I figured out why. I thought I had an OG image, but I do not. I don't think I can open Photoshop right now. So I'll add that later, but I will have to add an OG image, and then I'll need to add that as fallbacks for posts that don't have images. That seems to be missing, and then yeah, it's missing. So I'm gonna need to add that. Where's my- Okay. Let me write some of this down. Can you align right in message? Right, so what I'm gonna have to look into is my image uploading. All right, so this is my server function to actually handle image uploading to my uploading folder. Yes, that's my upload thing. Um, I'm gonna double check this security of this. Worry about security last. Let's actually implement. I need to now implement image sharing. ending in DMs. I want to can you help me man this feature out? Okay, so I'm gonna ask it to plan out my image feature. It's pretty easy. I'm just basically again gonna update my message input, and I'm gonna add a button, select button that will open up a pop-up, which eventually will have GIFs and maybe emoji select insertion, but it will also right now just be image uploading. You can only upload a single image at a time, maybe. How does other networks normally handle that? No, I'll say you can upload up to 10. At a time. I'm gonna do security last. I'm gonna make sure that functionality works first. I typically do security last because sometimes it can break functionality, and so I want to get as close to what I want, and then I'll tweak as I need. But I always try to implement first to get it up fast, and then secure it as a whole because you have a better picture of what you need. Basically, right now I'm just gonna reuse my current image upload and then keep it down to like I think 10 images at a time. All right, so I'll probably finish this out or start it at least on my own. But my next goal for this is going to be DM images, possible DM emojis. We'll see DM gifs, and then I'm gonna restyle the input, and then I'm gonna add date dividers in the DM flow, because right now all I have is the time. Now when you hover, you get the full date, but I want to break it up so you can see like which kind of set of messages are from which day. Like, a lot of networks kind of handle it, so I'll do that. And then that will pretty much be my DM functionality as a whole as I need. And like I had mentioned earlier in the stream, like when you start building things out, like you start adding features, you start doing all these things, it just teaches you so much that a lot of times you'll learn to do something you're going to apply to something else. So all this like GIFs, image, emoji things, I'm going to reapply this to my comments later, so that people can post GIFs and emojis in comments. You can do that now, but I want an actual dedicated button for emojis because somebody might be on the computer and you might not have easy access to it. And then I'm gonna add after that, then it's gonna be pretty much done for DMs and comments as like the major next feature kind of set I want for this app. And then there is one more thing where this will be very, very handy, and that's gonna be a big undertaking overall, and I will definitely stream that one, but that'll be in a little bit later. But yeah, so a lot of things you kind of do as you build, you end up reusing them and learning how to do them in other places. Like I said, the links I had already done, so that was pretty fairly straightforward. Honestly, I could have done this in less than an hour, but because I'm streaming, I'm kind of taking my time, like working people through it and everything. But next thing is just like a fuller, richer messaging experience, and I think I've accomplished that to a pretty good degree so far. Um, so when I sign out, let's go to here. Oh. I know it looks slow, but trust me, it's only slow because I'm streaming to 3 different sites, and running OBS and all these other things. So that's slowing down my computer, and it's not on full turbo mode because it would be way too loud. So, okay, that looks good. So I'm pretty happy. Let's say I'm pretty happy. It's already a really strong messaging functionality. You can send messages, you can share posts to messaging, you can send links to messaging. It's real time, everything happens. And that was a whole kind of undertaking. I might go into at some point, especially like the back end side of things, because everything's easy on your kind of local machine, easier on your local machine when you go production. So on my production site, I have it running on 3 instances. So that helps with obviously uptime and downtime and all that, and make sure your site is pretty much always available no matter kind of the load of people that are hitting it. But that made a much bigger issue handling like real-time updates, which you need for notifications, you need for messaging and other things. And one way I figured out how to do it is you can launch your own Redis server and VPS pretty easily. But then there was a whole thing with Docker and like figuring out configuration. So I might need to go into that because that took me 3 days to figure out how to have this real time and have 3 instances running at the same time, because each instance has their own code base. And how do you hit all code base? You have one each instance publishes to the Redis server in the stream, emitter stream, and then that has to publish to all 3 instances, if not more, and has to hit them all because you never know which instance said person that should be receiving it is on. So that was a whole thing to figure out, but I figured it out eventually, and yeah, here we are. So overall, I'm really happy with where it is right now, and then I will probably finish off a lot of this before my next stream, but I will definitely go over what I've done. So yeah, so I'm gonna let this kind of figure out. I'm plan this out. What I think I'm gonna do for my images is, if you send multiple, I think it's gonna make a little gallery, and when you click it, it's gonna open up in a light box instead of having each single image be on an individual message line. I think that can get very messy. So I'm gonna try to make it into a gallery, which will be very helpful in the future. So that's it. I'm gonna come work on this and go eat and whatever. But this is a long stream, about 4.5 hours. Appreciate y'all that did tune in. I'm gonna follow some of y'all back, and like I said, I'll be back on here pretty regularly. I'm about to be back to my regular space, so this will be very easy for me to do in the future. But appreciate y'all tuning in. Thanks for the comments, whatever. And I will be back with more very soon. Peace.